All right, okay, we're on. Welcome, everybody. We're gonna just hang out today and do a pretty chill, laid-back, relaxing stream of finishing up these dice I was working on Friday. And then I have a new D&D model that I've been wanting to paint for a while, so I thought it'd be fun to maybe get him started and see how far we could get. He's not overly complicated. I think we could whip him out pretty quick in a stream, so we'll get started on that here in a bit. I'm just currently taking some this hair out of my mouth. Ugh, okay. And taking this concoction I have. It's just in a bottle. I've mixed it up of a diluted down called LA Awesome. And so what I'm doing is I'm just going to use this to kind of give my dice a little polish here. It takes off any of the residual paint that was left behind that we didn't wipe off all the way when I was inking these numbers on Friday. And gives them a little last bit of polish. See if my camera can keep up here. Move my light. Get some better light going on these. Yeah, just giving them a little buff here. Clean them up. And then I will take these and get them all photographed in my light box. And before long, they will be up in my dice store. Hopefully in the next week or so, I hope to have these all tidied up. I'm gonna have some time tomorrow to kind of work on some stuff. But yeah, this stuff works great. It just takes that paint right off the face of these. Gives them a little shine. See if my camera can keep up here with all the movement. Wants to struggle a little bit. We get all the paint off of those. A little bit more on here. I'm trying to get some new masters made for my dice. Seems like I get them a little bit better every single time I attempt masters, but I probably print about 10 sets of masters on my 3D printer before I get happy with where I'm happy with the masters I'm printing. But I have a little detail I'm struggling to get where I want it, so I may need to get online and do some research on 3D printer settings and see if I can figure out what's causing my issue. These turned out really pretty. Oh, I thought that was an air bubble in there. That's not an air bubble. That's a curl of one of the wood pieces. I was thinking in the very tip of this one that looked like an air bubble for a second, but it's not. It's a little curl of wood, and that was throwing me off for a second. Like, why do I have this big old air bubble in here? But there's some very, very light pieces of wood curls in there. Like, makes sense. But these are the ones that we inked up on Friday night. So the paints had a good amount of time to dry. We'll just give them a wipe down here real quick, and then later on I will go through and like inspect them a little more closely, see if all of the numbers look good. We kind of did that Friday towards the end of stream, but I was getting a little tired towards the end, so may need to give them a second look when I'm on top of my game here. But we got 2 full sets of these wood grain dice, plus a couple extra D20s. I usually have extra D20s. I use my leftover resin in a couple of single D20 molds. And, Hey, Corey! How's it going, everybody? Thanks for the raid. What's going on? Hey, I've been hanging out and lurking a little bit at work. Work is finally starting to slow down to where I can actually lurk in streams again, but this last fall has been ridiculous. Nice to see everybody. Just working on some dice. I'm just chilling this afternoon. I'm polishing up some of these sets I was working on Friday, so looking good? Well, thank you. Yeah, they're coming along. I got a lot of stuff I still need to work on to get them up to where I'm completely happy with them, but they're getting there. They're getting there. I need to do some more research on my 3D printer. How's it going, Malusha? Thank you so much for the resub. But yeah, these are ones that my husband gave me some wood curls. So these have got like ebony and purple heart and some maple, but they got little curls of wood in them. So how easy that is to see in there, but they turned out really pretty. So I'm just getting these cleaned up, and then we're gonna paint a miniature this afternoon. I've got this D&D miniature, this frost giant. And then, so here in a little bit, we're gonna work on getting this all painted up. Get him ready for some D&D adventures. Oh Oh yeah, I probably am really late for you, aren't I? Yeah. Yeah, by the time I get home from work and get some supper made and get to where I'm ready to stream, yeah, it's like 8 o'clock my time, so it's even pretty late for me to be streaming during the week, so... Sundays are my hobby days, so we can spend a little bit more time midday, you know, doing some stuff, so... I've been in hobby mode lately, so we've been doing, like dice, getting my dice inked up. I'm hoping to have my store launched by the end of the year. So I need to get like all my sets polished up and photographed, and then hopefully get my store, you know, ready to go. I've been working on it in the background. I just don't have it live yet, but maybe in the next week or so. Yeah, I've been playing a little bit of Darkest Dungeon 2. I've been waiting for... There's like a new patch, and I don't remember the date that patch is supposed to hit. But I have been playing a little bit, but I've been taking a break. We've been doing some Dark Souls 3, which has been interesting, to say the least. But Darkest Dungeon 2 is good. It definitely has a little work. I mean, it's an early access, and it's going to be an early access for about a year. But I've stepped away from it for a little bit to play some Dark Souls. I want to see if I like Dark Souls enough to want to pick up Elden Ring when it comes out in, like, February, so... You love Dark Souls? Well, I started with 3 because it's the one that I have from a Humble Bundle sale they had a while back. So I picked 3 up, and I didn't play last week because work was kind of kicking my butt, so I was being a Grinch and coming home and just going to bed. So we didn't really play any last week, but we should be picking it up again this week. That, and I've been kind of in dice mode, trying to get some dice sets finished up. You enjoyed 3 the most out of the 3? That's kind of what I've heard. I've heard 3 is like the most enjoyable. I hear 2 is like not really a favorite of most people. They say that the content gets a little repetitive. Like you revisit a lot of the stuff back and forth. One here definitely has some cosmetic issues on that side that I didn't get sanded out, but these clear dice are like the bane of my existence. You have to get them so nicely polished up to get the clarity to really sparkle, and it takes a lot of work, and I don't always have the patience. It's one thing that I suffer from is lack of patience, and you really need a lot of patience when you're doing this stuff. 2 was your first Dark Souls, and you liked it a lot? Ah! Are you selling them? I will be, yes. I'm opening up a Ko-Fi store. I decided to go the Ko-Fi route instead of Patreon and Etsy, because Ko-Fi lets me do like a Patreon and an Etsy all in one. So I have my Ko-Fi site open up right now, and then I'll have like a membership tier you can sign up for to get mystery dice in the mail, or you can just shop my store. But I have my Ko-Fi open, but none of that stuff's live yet. I'm just working on getting it set up. Oh yeah, you don't have to play D&D to be a dice goblin. You can just be a dice goblin. I mean, who doesn't like pretty shinies? And maybe that's just incentive to like get into D&D or something, because you have the dice. You know, one leads into another. Because the next thing you know, you're collecting dice, then you start collecting miniatures, and then you're just creating character stories, and then the next thing you know, you're playing D&D. So it's a snowball effect. You know, anybody that would like D&D? Aww. I've often wanted to do like a one-off session online with some friends. I've got another friend that would really like to play, but he's in the same boat. He doesn't really have anybody local to play with. So it'd be fun to like do like a little one-off campaign with some people that have never played before and do like a teaching session where you kind of introduce people to D&D. I play a different D&D than most people though. Everybody's really into like 5th edition, and I'm old school, and our group is a bunch of old people that play 3.5 that never advanced to the new edition. So I'd have to do a little bit of research on how 5th edition works in compared to 3.5, but I have all the books for it. I've just never played the new edition, but I have the books. I could do some research. You know what that means? Well, like D&D comes out with like editions, so it's like they update the rules every so often, and so we play with it's exactly, yeah, it's just like a same concept, but they may change the rules. They may change how some classes work. Even think about like Warcraft going from like Burning Crusade to, you know, all the expansions of Warcraft. You know, they make little changes. It's the same game, but they may change the way classes work or the way spells work, or so think of it like as expansions onto the game that make subtle changes to how things work. My camera keeps stuttering, I apologize. You played 1, 2, 3, 3.5, and 5? See, I started at 3.5, but the friends that I've played with have been playing since that 1st or 2nd edition. 1 probably came out in like the 60s? 70s maybe? I don't know. I'm just taking a shot at the dark here. 77? Okay. Yeah, I think in the 60s was probably a little too far back. 70s. Not that, you know, Stranger Things is set in that time era when like D&D I think was kind of new. This set turned out prettier than I thought. It was an experiment. And I wasn't sure how much I'd like it, but it actually turned out pretty nice. 2nd came out in the early 80s. Okay. Yeah, we play... I said when we painted this the other night, I was like, watch, I'm gonna go to polish these. I'm gonna realize I missed an entire half of a dice. Look at this. I painted this half. I didn't paint that half. The half of it's got the numbers and the other half doesn't. Go fix that. Gee willikers. Yeah, this was like an experiment. So this is actually good that this half isn't painted because I can show you what it looks like. So I took some like nail art stickers you'd use for doing fancy nails. And there's a blank dice inside this. So if you can kind of see there's a shell, you can really see it on the 6 here. Let me polish it up real quick so you can actually see through the smeared paint I have on it. Or even like on this D4. You can kind of see there's like a dice inside there. There's like a shell around it. So it's got a smaller blank dice inside of it. And then I can take stickers, or I can hand paint decorations on it, or do different stuff. And then I take that blank dice with all of the pretties on it, and I put it inside my mold that's bigger, and it adds the numbers. And so I can do like a dice inside a dice and do really pretty hand-painted stuff, and then the shell kind of protects it, and you can do some really elaborate hand-painted dice then that way, and then they're protected from being rolled around and used and stuff because they're in a shell layer of resin. When you play D&D, you use different dice for different things. Like your D20 is usually used for like your attack rolls, doing skill checks and stuff. These are typically used for like weapons. So like different weapons do different damage. Like daggers will do like D4 damage. They're small, so they do little damage. If you have like a great axe, you might do a d12 of damage. I think great swords do like 2d6 of damage. So yeah, different weapons do different damage, or I can tell that I didn't polish this one side very well. I have to go back and rebuff this side. The white paint wanted to settle into where I didn't sand that enough, and it's not wanting to come out of that space, so I'm gonna have to just have to take it back to my zone of papers and give it a little buff to get that out of there. Rub on it really good. Okay. Like different spells. Like if you cast a spell, like Fireball or Magic Missile, Acid Dart, you know, they do, the spells will say, you know, it does this much damage, like a d10 of damage, or 3d6 of damage, or... This is one thing I hate about clear dice, is that if you don't get a really good polish on them when you go to paint the numbers, that acrylic paint sometimes will settle into the imperfections of your polishing, and it's really hard to get out. I have to rebuff that one a little bit. Oh, I missed the eye in my ink. I have to... Boy, I can tell that I was getting tired the other night when I was painting these. This was that last set I painted on Friday night, and I was getting a bit sleepy, and boy, it's starting to show. I didn't do a very good job of getting all these numbers inked. Which is okay. You can always go back and do that. Not a problem. I got some new sets in the mold on Friday. I had some new some sets that we pulled out of the mold, so that was kind of cool to show everybody what the dice look like when I take them out of the mold. I just got done pouring a new set, so I have a couple of new sets in my my pressure pot waiting to cure. I had to buy a new pressure pot. It's a canister that I pressurize with air, and I put my resin molds in them, and while it's curing, the pressure helps prevent any air bubbles from forming inside the dice. And I often get a lot of questions about whether or not handmade dice are balanced, and they're actually probably more balanced than store-bought dice because of the resin we use, and we pressure pot our dice. We're typically store-bought dice. I don't think they're always pressured, and they use a different type of resin. Sometimes the inclusions, like the mica powders that you use to like tint your resin, there's this resin that I use that's it's kind of like really, really, really fine glitter, like powdery glitter, and if you do like those, sometimes if they are pretty dense, they'll tend to settle to the bottom of your mold, and then they look a little wonky, so you kind of have to be careful with those. You almost have to let your resin sit up a little bit and get thicker, so your stuff won't want to settle to one side of your dice. So those can be a little tricky. I'm working on a set of dice for a charity auction that has like some little clay, kind of like if you've ever seen them make tumblers for like fancy Starbucks drink tumblers, and they've got like the little clay figurines and stuff in them that float around in your tumblers. I had put some of those in some dice, and those are kind of cool, but they're the same thing. They're kind of heavy So you have to be real careful when you do your resin that your stuff doesn't settle to one side, because you don't want your dice to have all your stuff on one half. You want it kind of mixed in really well. So, and then these ones can be a little tricky because you got to make sure that you get those. It's a two-part process, so you have to make the inside and then you have to make the outside. So these take twice as long to make because they're a two-step process. And then trying to make sure you get that dice centered in there. You can tell this one here is a little off center. It tends to hug this corner of the dice more than the other side, so. But I like to experiment. I like to play around with different materials and... Oh no, I'm not very good at this at all. I'm still pretty new. I would hate to compare my dice to like a professional dice maker. Because you would see how imperfect all my dice are. A lot of imperfections in them. But I'm getting better. I've only been doing this about a year, so they're getting better each time I do it. But I do have a long ways to go to get them to the point where they rival some of the more professional dice makers out there. But these turned out really pretty. I'm really happy with these. With the bits of wood floating in them. They got these really tight little spirals of wood. Different kinds of wood in there. But I could sit here and like pick out all of the things I don't like about my sets, all the imperfections that most people probably wouldn't see, but I know they're there, and then it annoys me that they're not as perfect as I'd like them to be. But they came out pretty clear, I gotta say. I'm pretty happy. This is really hard to achieve, this level of clarity in your resin. You gotta do a lot of polishing and sanding to make them come out this clear. So I'm pretty happy with that, other than there's like some of the edges of flashing where they're in the mold sometimes can leave some imperfections. This one here, when I put it in my mold, the lid didn't get down as tight as it should have. And so what happens is, like, you get one side of the dice where the face is a little lifted. And you can kind of see that here. You can see this along the edge. It looks a little wonky compared to, like, this edge is nice and sharp. And there's no weird line there. But then on this edge, you see it better here. Just a little lifted, and you can see this weird little line. That's where the face lifted a little ways from the mold, and I tried to sand it out, and it's way better than it was, but it's still not as sharp as, like, say, this edge, where you don't even really see the edge of it. But this one here, you got this weird little line. But alrighty. Well, those are all cleaned up. I just need to go and finish painting this one. I'll do that later because I don't have that paint with me to do that right now. And then I gotta go back and I gotta just take a little bit of Zona paper and buff a few of these to get the faces sharpened up. Oh yeah, I've seen people do that, Malusha. I have seen people, they do, there's like an artificer class that's kind of a little steampunky. And so I've seen somebody do a set. You can get the little cog wheels and the little mechanical bits and stuff, springs and sprockets and stuff like that, and put them inside your dice and you could totally do a steampunk themed dice. Heck yeah. That'd be really cool. With like that gold paint. That would be really pretty. There's another streamer that I know, and she does metalwork, like making jewelry. And I always thought it'd be really cool to see if she would send me some of her her scrap metal that she can't reuse, that just gets probably thrown away. I don't know if she remelts it down or not. I'll have to ask her. But to see if she would if she'd send me some of those metal bits, and like maybe even like some if she has so many broken gems or something, and put that into a dice and make her a set of like a silversmithing dice, which would be really pretty. That way you would just be putting bits of it. No, I don't do metal dice. Metal dice would be really cool. But yeah, no, I just do resin dice. But there are metal dice out there to where if you were like maybe more of a forger or like a metalsmith, you could make the metal dice and forge down different metals. I have a set of metal dice. You could hurt somebody with those suckers. They're pretty, it'd be around the same concept though, of putting like molten metal into a mold. And yeah, if you're gonna like, when you crit somebody, you're gonna crit somebody with those. It's just, ouch. But I was thinking about just taking the little bits, the little metal shavings, and putting them inside a set of resin dice so that you would get like this effect I have with wood, but you would have bits of metal in there. Which would be kind of cool for her profession. Have something like that. I don't know why my poor phone. I wonder if it's because I have some other apps open. Like struggling. I use my cell phone as my second webcam. I wasn't doing this the other day. I'm gonna reboot it real quick and see if that helps it. Hey, how's it going? What's up, mister? See if maybe that helps it from being so stuttery. Just find a moment. Yeah, it just seems to want to be. It's just like jumpy for some reason. Maybe that. So, I apologize if it's gonna stutter. I don't know what's causing that. I'm gonna pull his arm out. You're on a D&D break. How fitting. We're making D&D dice and gonna ready to paint a D&D model here. This is a frost giant. I'm gonna move my mouse aside before I get paint all over my mouse. So, we're gonna disassemble him a little bit. There's not a lot of flesh showing on him here, just his kneecaps and his face. Most of his flesh is gonna be on his arms, and that's kind of where I want to start, so. Oh, everybody says D&D. Yeah, it's Dungeons and Dragons, but everybody always abbreviates it DnD. And not always D and D. So you know you're good, Malusha. You had it right. Both are perfectly acceptable. Actually, a lot of the times you'll find the hashtags on that they use for it are D in the letter N D. Okay, so I want him to have like blue flesh, and I don't know if I have the right wash to do this. I have this green shade wash, but I'm hoping it's not too green. I was just going to put this on my palette and see. It actually could work. Because you can't use symbols and hashtags. Oh, okay. I didn't even think about that. That's why they did the letter N instead of the ampersand. Because you can't use, Okay, so for this guy, I think what I'm gonna do, we're gonna start with his flesh. I want him to be blue because he's a frost giant. So I'm thinking we're gonna start by painting his flesh. This is a layer color, but I'm gonna use it anyways. This Thunderhawk blue. And then I'm gonna wash it in this green shade. And then we're gonna dry brush him out to this lighter blue. And see what that looks like. So. I did, Malusha. I did. What stood out to you in the Game Awards? It's not so much a game award, it seems like, as it is like showcasing all the new shit that's coming out. Like, yeah, it's basically a video game showcase with some awards thrown in between. Is what they kind of seem like to me, but you know, it works. Okay. I have not painted in so long. Some of these paints are starting to get a bit you know what? I think this is gonna be too dark for a base shade. This frost giant. Well, maybe not. Let's go with it. Let's go with it and we see if we don't like it, we can paint over it. It's a layer shade, so we're gonna have to probably do a couple. It's not very thick paint, so we may have to do a couple layers of this. But I want him a frosty blue giant. And when I'm painting my first layers, I'm not real cognizant of the other bits I'm getting paint on. It doesn't matter. Just trying to get paint on arm to start. Forspoken, Alan Wake, Hellblade 2. Everybody always says such good things about Hellblade, and I've never played it, so I may need to put that on my list of games to play through in 2022. Hellblade, Plague's Tale. There's like another Plague's Tale coming out, it looks like. I've heard good things about that one too. Hoping to get through Dark Souls to see if it's something I'll like if Elden Ring will be something I like, so there was that. You little yeah, see, I'm not sure I don't know that studio very well. I know they did, I've heard they've had some issues, kind of like an Activision Blizzard. I've heard they've had some issues there, but they're the same studio, I believe, that did Detroit Becoming Human. And so they were wondering if that game wouldn't be very similar to Detroit Becoming Human as far as the play style. Which is interesting. I've not played that game either, but I have watched people play it on stream. But I don't know what else that studio has ever made. That's the only one that I... Did Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, Detroit would fit into that kind of gameplay? I've never played any of those games before. The Detroit Becoming Human is the only one that I'm familiar with, so I may have to go do some YouTubing. Go do some YouTubing and see if I can yeah, the Detroit Becoming Human, it'd be very much a storytelling game, because from what I saw, it's like, it didn't have a whole lot of action in it. It was basically like a decision tree with like a little bit of moving your character about a scene or something. But for the most part, it was just like an interactive movie where you made the decisions. And so that could be kind of, I don't know. Story games, yeah. Quick time and choice based, but I mean the graphics look awesome, so I guess if you were only going to look at it as like an interactive Star Wars movie, I mean the freaking graphics looked like a movie. So there's that. Looked really pretty. Looking forward to the Expanse game? Did I miss that one? I'm trying to remember what I remembered seeing that caught my eye. The Star Wars one for definite. Although we are still supposed to get a KOTOR remake too, so that one's still really high on my watch list. But that's gonna be a little while. Come on, camera, catch up. I have no idea why my camera is being such a bugger. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to reboot my phone here. Maybe that'll help. I'm about due for a new phone. Let me give my phone a reboot and see if that helps. Be a Star Wars Battle Royale too? I don't know. I don't know if I've seen that. I do remember them doing a talk about the KOTOR remake, which is really intriguing. I remember my husband playing that when we were first together, which has been years now. I don't want to admit how many years that's been, but it's been a while. Give this a reboot. I'm gonna launch my app here. I know they brought like Star Wars into like Fortnite. Did they add like Rey and Kylo and all those into Fortnite? Ugh. I can't do battle royales. I'm horrible at that stuff. Absolutely horrible. Yep. It's got Marvel now, even, I think. Okay, they're connected. Gotta... let me flip this. Flip it. Flip it. Okay, hopefully that helped. I'll set my mouse over here. The pressure is totally real. Yeah. I can't keep up with the pressure of like the bad dudes coming at me in Dark Souls. I freak out and start spamming buttons, let alone like somebody coming at me in like a an Overwatch or a Fortnite. Yeah, no, I freak out. Oh, let me move this over. There we go. Yeah, not gonna happen. Okay, I had this guy primed a long time ago, so I'm hoping that not too dusty. So anything new and exciting you've been playing recently, Malusha? Are you still into... you do any WoW still? I kind of canceled my subscription because I just wasn't getting around to playing it, and after the whole Activision brouhaha a few months ago that they're still battling with, I just haven't had a good taste for it lately, so I haven't been playing any WoW. Excuse you, Charlie. Bump it into my computer stand. You're playing too much? See, I tend to hyper-focus on one game and then finish it and move on. I don't have enough time to bounce around. I'll usually like play one to death, get completely sick of it, and then move on to something else. That kind of happened with me with Stardew. I went gangbusters on Stardew for a while, and then I burnt myself out on it, and I haven't played it in quite a while. There, I think my camera is behaving a little better now. I really wouldn't mind an MMO. I don't necessarily know if it needs to be WoW. I do kind of miss the run around with a million different things you can go do. So maybe during my Christmas break I'll get back into some WoW. I've just been so busy with dice making and stuff, I just don't have time to. The only time I play games is when I stream. And then when I'm not streaming, I'm usually working on dice or trying to do other things around the house, so. But I have some 2 weeks of vacation time I'm taking at Christmas, so maybe while I'm at home on my Christmas break, I can justify jumping into some new game off stream for my own play's sake. Really enjoying Final Fantasy? I don't know if I would like Final Fantasy. You know, usually people that are playing Final Fantasy 14 are those that really love the Final Fantasy world. I have never really played any Final Fantasies, so I don't have like the love of the franchise or the nostalgia for it. I don't know if that would be my cup of tea. I would probably rather just do WoW, but I don't know. Maybe I should try it and see. I played it when it very first came out, and I haven't played, but it is free to play, so that might be more my pace. I think that would be the one. If I was going to get into another MMO, it'd probably be Star Wars. I think I even actually downloaded it. And I played it when it very, very first came out. And I remember liking it. It's just I didn't have a lot of other friends that played it, so... Yeah, I do think it has a new add-on in February, you're right. I have to give it a try. I love me some Star Wars, so usually don't have to talk me too much into playing anything Star Wars. I'm waiting for that Star Wars Lego game to come out. They pushed back the release of the Lego Skywalker Saga Lego game, and I want to play a Lego game so bad. And I told myself I had to wait until the Skywalker Saga released. I wanted that to be my first Lego game. So I think I gotta wait till May. It pushed it clear back till May. They have like a Lego Hobbit game, don't they? Or a Lego Lord... I think they have a Lego Hobbit. Maybe Lego Lord of the Rings. That one would be fun to play. But, I told myself I was gonna wait for the Star Wars one. So, that way I can finish up some other games I've got that I want to play before that comes around. They got both of them? Ooh. Yeah, I think... Yeah, because the Lord of the Rings one would have came out first. Back and behind his knee here. Oh. Trixie? It's not a dress, it's a kilt! These little... Yeah, painting minis. Sometimes they got some spots that are hard to get into. I figure if they're hard to get into and see, then you don't really have to worry about being too accurate with your paint. Nobody's gonna see it. Gosh. Why that first, I do this part first because you're gonna slop paint you don't mean to onto other parts, and then you can just do that later. I haven't built any new Legos, but I have bought new Legos, so I'm looking over here on my Lego shelf to see what's new. I bought the Darth Vader meditation chamber, so that one's kind of new. The probe droid is new. I bought a Y-wing, so that's kind of new. And I thought there was another one that I'd gotten that's new. It's not jumping out at me. Oh, the Imperial Shuttle. Yeah. Where's that one at? Oh, there it is. It's right in front of me. Yeah, so... I'm gonna have to slow down on the Lego buying a little bit, though, unfortunately. I no longer have my part-time job. I quit my part-time job so I could focus more on dice. Which means I'm gonna have to start selling my dice in order to, you know, get that income back from my second job. Just wasn't real happy with those folks anymore, and having to give up my extra free time. It's like an extra 10 hours of work each week. Like, so I was working like 50 hours a week between my full-time job and my part-time job, and then streaming on top of that, and I was getting a bit burnt out. So I decided to let the part-time job go so I could do more dice making. But that also means that all of my extra funds I used to buy supplies and Legos is now no longer available. So, gonna have to get my dice store open so I can start, you know, the dice can start paying for themselves a little bit. For Christmas? Yeah, my husband said he's making me something for Christmas, so I'm kind of interested to see what he's cooking up there. He's my woodworker, so he may be making me something. Curious to see what he's cooking up. I'd asked him to make some dice boxes for me. I usually drag him into my nerdy hobbies by asking him to make nerdy stuff for me, and I had requested a few dice boxes that I could put on my store so people could buy some fancy dice boxes to go with their fancy dice. I think would be kind of cool. You want to buy? Oh, well, thank you, Malusha. Yeah, when that goes live, let me. I think I have it set. I need to do. Currently, I only have it set for inside the United States, but that's just because I haven't done any research on what it takes to ship outside of the country. I've never done it before, so I need to see. I think my stuff is light enough that I shouldn't have to worry about it too much. But I need to take, like, a packaged up set of dice to my post office and see what it costs to send overseas so I can get that figured in. Because I have no idea how to do that. I've never done it before. I doubt it's real difficult, but... I've bought stuff from overseas before and gotten it without any issues. So, I just need to figure out how to do it the other way. But no, I'm definitely want to do that because I have some other friends, like, I got a couple of friends in Canada, and I have some friends in, like, Australia. So I definitely want to figure out international shipping because I've made so many awesome friends from overseas, and I want to be able to send stuff to them. But I just got to take some stuff down to the post office and have them tell me how much shipping would be. I'm just a little scared that it's going to be really expensive, so I want to get it figured out before I get that going. It is really expensive, I know. 85 euro? Holy cow. Well, and it's only gotten worse, too.
Well, here's the sweet shop's answer.
With, like, COVID and everything, it's just... It's gotten more expensive than it even used to be. Because I had bought some jewelry from Crackle, and I think she's in, like, the London area. And she gave me free shipping because of the amount of stuff I bought, but I have to ask her sometime. Because her jewelry that I bought would be about the same weight of what my dice would be. So I would be kind of curious to see what it costs to ship something like that overseas. I've done letters and stuff, but those are pretty simple. Those are just an international stamp and you're good to go. Packages are a little different. Okay, I'm hoping this blue isn't too dark. I'm feeling pretty good about it, but it's just a base layer. We're gonna put some highlights and some shadowing on it, but I want him to look icy blue, like he's frozen. So I'm hoping that this blue is gonna work. It'll be alright. Gotta get him looking frosty. Touch the wet spot. You looking chilly? We'll see if we can get him finished. Both actually. I have a friend of mine. We go to his house and we play D&D every other Friday. So this coming Friday, we have a D&D session. And so a lot of times I'll take my models. A lot of them I have on display. I have like a curio cabinet in my basement that I just display them in. So some models I paint for just display, but this one here we'll actually play with. I always tell my my friend when he DMs that uh-oh, there go the sirens outside. That he's not allowed to kill my character with models that I paint. A while back we painted this big old like purple worm thing that like comes out of the ground and eats you. And I had told him that he could use it for our D&D campaigns, but he wasn't allowed to kill my character with it. Since I painted it. Like, it's not fair to lose my D&D character to a model that I helped provide, so. Oh, I come to find out he plays Warhammer too! That was like a big topic of discussion the other day on Twitter. It's like, no, everybody knew that he played D&D, he plays Warcraft. What an impressive nerd. I mean, he does it all. He plays Warhammer, he plays D&D, I didn't even know he painted models, but if you play Warhammer, you typically will paint models, because you have to, that's part of the Warhammer experience, is painting your armies. Just when you thought you couldn't love Henry enough. Oh my god, if he were to move to Twitch streaming, as if the man isn't, you know, loved enough, he could, if he, I don't think he's got the time. Between being The Witcher and Superman, and then just being a really cool nerd on top of that. If he were to just like do a Twitch stream like once a month, painting his models, he'd probably like double his income. They mock him for it? I know! Like... But he doesn't balk from it. I mean, he like, get into the right area of Twitter or the right area. See, he's just working on mainstreaming it for us is what it is. He's making it cool to be a nerd and he don't give two shits what anybody says about it. Love what you love. Because was it Spider-Man? Blah, blah, blah. I'm having a total brain fluffy moment on Spider-Man, the actor. I keep wanting to say Tom Hiddleston, but that's Loki. Tom Holland. He plays Warhammer too. Yes, because he was like, dude, I totally want to get in on a Warhammer game with Henry. Yeah, he does. I was like, oh my gosh, can we get a Warhammer game streamed between Henry and Tom? I'll buy some tickets to that. I could sell tickets to that, and like the nerds would come out of the woodwork to go watch them two frickin' duke it out, playing Warhammer against each other. I know I would. Okay. That's all of the flesh that he has showing. So I think we'll be good there. I'm gonna let that dry. Got tickets for the preview of Spider-Man No Way Home? Really? I know those were going for some pretty good. Wonder if that would have been a better blue. We'll see. I think by the time I give him a wash and I give him some highlights. Or maybe this would have been a better blue. Ah, it's too late now. We'll go with it. It'll be fine. We can do some layering and some highlights and brighten him up a little bit. Yeah, I think some of those tickets were going for a pretty penny. Okay, so we got this little thing that I think we're gonna paint while we're letting him dry a little bit. This is got a little package. We got a little chest. And like a little bundle that goes on his back. So let's paint this while we're waiting for him to dry. Use this Rhinox hide. Yeah, probably. That is definitely probably the case. Okay, I'm gonna take some of this Rhinox hide brown. I really like using this for a base of wood. We're gonna paint this trunk. Brown. Yeah, people are silly when it comes to that stuff. People have got too much damn money. Like, sorry. Maybe if that was the only way you would ever get to see it, and it was never going to be released anywhere else for you to ever watch ever again, then maybe you could justify spending that kind of money on it for bragging rights to say that you've seen it. But I mean, shit, eventually that shit's gonna come out on like DVD and streaming, and so I guess that's just a flex. Seems silly to me though. Yeah, it's definitely excessive to be spending your money on it like that. Like, maybe if you got to be in the movie as part of it, like, hey, send us $25,000 and you actually get to be in the movie. Okay, then maybe. I'd pay maybe that to be an extra in a really awesome movie that I liked, but... There we go. Got a little chest. We're just putting a base coat on that. Let it dry. We'll probably have to put another layer on that. What color should we do the package? It needs to be a little bit different color. Something... I just kind of grabbed a little bit of everything from my basement here to figure out what I wanted to use. See, got something that'll work. Something kind of tan. Let me do this one. Hey, not a problem, Lucia. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Always nice getting to chit-chat with you. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully when I go on break, I'll be able to do some more day streams. So maybe we'll get to hang out a little bit more, you know, around the holidays. I'm gonna be trying to do some more hobby stuff. I'm really enjoying doing the hobby streams. Catch up on some model painting or doing some more dice stuff. Okay, gotta give this paint a good shake. This is what happens when I don't use these paints for a while. They get a bit, they get a bit thick. Not that I have anything against thick things, but thick paints are sometimes not the best to work with. Alright. Got a bit too much water on the edge of my brush here. It's gonna make my paint too watery. Hey, if you're just here hanging out, lurking, thank you so much for chilling with me this afternoon. Like, fun lurking streams to just sit back and chill and watch a project come together. So, never any pressure to have to sit and chat. Kick back, put your comfy PJs on, get a good snack. Make beautiful models together. Well, I guess. It'll be beautiful by the time we're done. We'll get there. Gotta trust the process sometimes. Try enough to touch. Like I said, I'm not the most patient painter. Sometimes I'm really notorious sometimes about rushing things I shouldn't be rushing, like not letting stuff dry all the way. I get so excited to see the end result that sometimes I get a little ahead of myself and I rush my processes. There, just kind of give this a little bit of a different color. My packages, my chest to be too similar since they're right next to each other. That brown was not quite dry when I was a bit of wet brown. Just blend it in. Throw Bob Ross the shit out of this. Happy accident. Happy little accident. Happy package. Every package needs a friend. I was watching the Bob Ross Twitch channel earlier today, so I've got Bob Ross on the brain at the moment. This might work to where you do thin enough coats, it dries pretty quickly. Because this paint's drying on my palette pretty quickly as well. I didn't bring my wet palette up. I'm just using my traditional palette. But thin coats, when you're working with these acrylic paints, it's better to do thin coats, especially when you're working with tabletop models, because they've got very delicate, very fine details in their models. And if you do too thick of paint coats, you can clog up your detail. Like the little ridges and stuff in this chest. So doing thin coats of paint allows you to like layer up your color without clogging up all these little fine, like the little ridges in the wood of this chest. You may not think it matters at the moment, but when we do different techniques like dry brushing or doing washes, it'll come into play. And having those details not be clogged up will allow other techniques to work much better. I think we may be able to get by with coats there. We're going to do a wash and some dry brushing. I'm going to close that for now. We'll come back to that later when we do the handle of his axe. We're going to use that same brown. We're also going to use that same brown for his fur on the armor that he's wearing. And we're going to do a couple different techniques on that fur that I've done before, and it works really well. Make it really look like fur. Okay, I think we get another coat of this on this package. It covered really well for being a layer paint. Ah! I should have grabbed some of my tweezers so I could hold on to this thing. Sometimes you use like the little model stands that hold your model for you, but this guy's big enough that I think we could just do it by hand. All right. We're gonna let that dry really well before we put a wash on that. So we're just kind of bouncing back and forth between our main model and our pieces here. I want to give him a wash. Let's try this green shade. On this blue. I want it to stay pretty blue. I don't really want his shading to go black or get muddied. I want to keep him a fairly bright. So this green shade is a wash. It's a really runny paint. So kind of what it looks like on the palette. This right here. So wash is a really thin, watery paint, and you brush it onto your models, and what it does is that real watery pigment will settle into the recesses of your model. So like with this guy, his muscles, that paint will want to just kind of, it'll run off the high areas and settle into the low areas, bringing back some depth to your model where we've painted him all one color. So it just kind of helps bring back some of that depth that we lost when we just did the all one color. You just use it straight out of the pot. You don't really need we don't want to water it down any more than it already is. You want to put it on just thick enough that it settles down, but you want to be careful it doesn't pool too heavily in those recesses. And if it does, you just kind of dab it off your brush a little bit and use a a drier brush just to suck up any paint that may have settled too heavily in your... You don't want it to pool too much. It'll get kind of glossy and it'll muddy up your details. So, kind of work it around. It'll definitely make your model darker than what you started, which is fine. It's kind of what we want. And then we'll go back and we'll add the highlights. We'll hit the high spots of the model next and put where the light naturally hits the model. We'll add back some brightness to it. That's really about all there is to it. Those three things can pretty much give you the desired full effect of model painting. I mean, there's other things you can do if you really want to start getting fancy. But for a beginner, that's the three basics of working on a model: is basing, washing, and highlighting. You can make some really awesome looking models and make it look like you were doing some really high precision painting, and you're really just taking advantage of these techniques. But see, so as that dries, you know, it'll settle into the creases of his fingers. It settles into the areas of his muscles and just kind of makes those shadier. I don't... Gosh, listen to me. I can't talk. If I can get that to stand up. Prop that against a paint pod so it doesn't... Yeah? Alright. Yeah, I think this greenish bluish shade was a way to go versus doing like a brown or a black shade. I think that helps preserve his frosty blueness that we want as a frost giant. I have to figure out how I want to do his kilt. I have to research some images of frost giants and see how to do this, like kind of like a scale mail maybe, or linked mail. His kilt. That should be metallic, or if that should be like a hide. See how we want. Okay, then we're also going to get that lip. Yeah, that little bit of wash in there just kind of helped bring back that definition of his eyes. Settles in around his eyelid and his cheek, and it just helps kind of bring those features back that we may have lost when we faced that. Stand him up so that doesn't pool weird. I'll drop that. Slippery little sucker. There, just kind of brought all those shady areas. Get some more depth going here to the eye. We may do a 2-layer highlight. You could just go back with whatever you want your highlight color. Sometimes you go back with that original color that you used to bring back some brightness. I think we're gonna do 2 different layers. I think we're gonna bring back like the bulk of his skin color back with a different blue, and then we're gonna go back into a dry brush and we'll hit the very highest parts with the dry brush, and then I think that'll really give some nice depth to the skin. I should have done is grabbed some sticky tack. From my basement, then I could have sticky tacked his hand vertical so his shade doesn't settle awkwardly. I think this will work. I'm gonna put the lid on this shade because these really watery paint pots have a bad tendency to be spilt across your counter, so don't want that to happen. It dries really fast because it's so thin. And lean this up against. There we go. That looks pretty dry. Let's take... I don't think I grabbed my Nolan oil, but that's okay. I think we can use some Agrex Earthshade. This is the same thing we kind of used before, but it is like a brown instead of a blue shade. Get these shades on, and then I'm going to take a quick restroom break while that's drying, and then we'll come back and do some highlighting. So here kind of gives another good example of what shading can do for your models. Put this on this, like this package here. We're going to put it on this this brown chest. And you'll see that it brings back to the eye the shadier parts of your. Probably don't notice it so much on this chest because it's so dark, but on this package, you know, kind of settles in those little creases. See, that's where that's pooling a little too heavy. Kind of take our brush and pull that back out and deposit that where we want it. It just brings a little bit more depth to your model. Okay. I like that. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I will BRB. Hang out for a second, and we'll come back and we'll do some more layering and some dry brushing to the skin. Alrighty. Alright, so let's see how this did. This wash doesn't take very long to dry. Still a little wet. You can kind of see down here by his cuff. There's still some wet wash down in there. Hey, Malthus, how's it going? Yeah, these are from the same ones that your hill giants, I believe. I've had this guy sitting around forever to paint, so I wanted to work on him tonight. Some of this wash might have got a bit heavy in here. I'm gonna dab a little. They're from the Kickstarter after yours. Okay. I've got 2 of these guys, I believe. I think there's 2 of them that came in that, it was an add-on to that Kickstarter at the time. So... I'm trying to decide if I want to... Yeah, I just gave these guys a wash. I'm almost thinking I should have based him in this blue instead. I based him in this blue. This darker blue. But I'm wondering if I should have based him in this brighter blue. Whoop. Because I also have... Where's it at? Oh, this dry brush. I'm almost thinking about whether I should go back and do some highlighting. We based him in this. Maybe do a little bit of highlighting in this brighter blue and then dry brush over some of it with this Ethereum. I didn't have the right blues to do this, but we're gonna make it work. I feel like I want to lighten this up a little bit. I think we're going to do a mix. I've decided. I want to lighten this up a tiny bit. So that with this. And I'm just gonna kind of come back and hit some of these spots. Reminds me of when I did my rat guy. All of his rippling muscles. Oh my gosh, I had so many layers of paint when I painted that big rat guy that's being ridden by the smaller rat guy. Sandquill and Bone Ripper, I believe is the name of that model. Because they had you base him in this, he was primed in black, and then they had you base him in this fleshy color, because I was following along with the Warhammer tutorial. It took like 7 or 8 coats of paint to like cover up the black primer. get him to the point where, you know, you weren't seeing any black primer shine through. And then the layers, I think it took like 3 or 4 layers of the other fleshy color to like really layer over it correctly. It's a little wet in there, so I'm trying to be careful. I liked priming them in black because it just made the colors a little richer than I think white does, but... Yeah, white or gray. I agree. Like, this one being white is pretty nice. I sometimes think that black primer just makes the colors come through a little. It kind of depends on what you're wanting to do, I guess. If you're, like this guy being a frost giant, I kind of wanted him a little brighter. So I based him in the white. Or primed him in white. Or if you were doing like a fire giant, maybe you would do those in a black. I think the reds just read a little bit better if you got a dark primer to them. So just kind of going back and trying to not paint in the recesses where the shading's at. Hit the high areas. Some brightness back to his blue. I'm still gonna go back. I'm gonna dry brush this really bright white blue, because then that'll make like his vein. He's got like a vein here. That'll make that vein pop. Yeah, I meant to paint this guy a long time ago when we were still doing our giant campaign, and then I got into doing Nagash instead, and then kind of forgot or just didn't get around to doing any model painting for a while. But he's been sitting on my desk forever, primed, ready to go, so kind of been in a model painting mood lately. It's been weird. I feel I'm more inclined to do it if I do it on stream than if I just try to sit downstairs in my lonely basement by myself. More inclined to paint with friends. The camera really makes that look like there's more starker contrast in there than there really is. Kind of funny. Yeah. Get the kneecaps. What's a good word tonight, Malthos? Anything you're working on? Hanging out? Playing some Diablo? Or are you doing the WoW stuff you were talking about? Just try to hit the very flip here with this. A lot of time on the phone. Oh yeah, keeping up with Val. I bet she appreciates that. Okay. Happy with that. I'm gonna let him dry just a little bit more. That needs to dry a little bit more on the back side. Still kind of wet. I'm gonna flip it over. Probably facing the silicone side. That dry some more. Then I'm gonna take this dry brush. This bright blue. I think maybe we're gonna need a bigger dry brush. Take this one. Blue. We can get some of this stuff. Tops of his fingers. Hey, a frosty boy! That'll help get him a little bit brighter. I thought maybe his blue was a little too dark. I want to make in on his underside here a little bit. So I like to get in and do the skin. Especially like in this guy, some of that skin's really hard to reach. Buried underneath all these other nails. So go in there and get that skin done, and then if you get paint on anything else you didn't mean to, paint over it. Then I'm going to take this dry brush. Get in here and do some of his face. Alrighty. The last of the paint out of there. I think that's good. Need to borrow my husband's reciprocating saw. I saw a thing on TikTok where they use that to shake your paints up, and it looks like a pretty slick way to shake your paint pots. He's doing better, yeah. He's got a nasty sinus infection, so kind of kicking his butt, hacking up crap and being all congested and stuff, so got on an antibiotic to kind of take care of that, so doing a lot of sleeping and up on some rest, so but yeah, doing much better. Much better. Okay, I'm gonna take this Tyrant Skull now. We're gonna dry brush. Oh, that's still wet. I found a wet spot. Gonna work. I have to let that dry a little bit more. Let me show you. It wasn't dry enough. I have to go back in and hit that with shade again. I didn't see that wet spot hanging out there. Okay. Dry faster! Okay, so let's paint some of the stuff. I know what color I'm going to paint this because I still do not know how I'm going to paint some of this model. But there are parts of it that I do know, like the wood of this axe. We're going to start with this Rhinox hide. I like this for wood. I like the chest on his belt. Yeah, little stinker did me a bit of a scare yesterday, so... Have to get your thoughts on how to do this guy's kilt. He's got like this, I'm guessing that's like a scale mail kilt. The little lines in it, that's not like a leather kilt. So I'm trying to decide if I should do that in like a leather color or if that's metal. Because he's gonna have a big old metal belt, I think. I didn't know if there's gonna be too much metal going on there or if I should do that in more of a leather aesthetic. Maybe pull up a photo of a frost giant for some reference. very top of this is wood, but I think that lower rim is metal, but we're just gonna all and then we'll go. Do we make sure we get it all? Did you see again? Oh, yeah. So like on his kilt, got like those squared texture to it. So I'm thinking like those plates would be... Those plates would maybe be metal. And he's got like a fabric... Hello! Thank you so much for the biddies! Penny for your thoughts! But I'm trying to decide if that's like a metal kilt or if that should be a like a leathery look. Because then he's got like the little studs around the bottom too. Gonna have a big old metal belt, so I don't want to get like too much metallic going on. Could go either way. Yeah, I might lean more to like a brown leather, just because I feel like by the time you do that big old metal belt and like his the metal on his boot, the metal plate on his boots and stuff, it would get to be a bit too much shiny. Those hill giants you painted, those turned out so good. I need to go dig through my models and see if I can find this guy's brother. I know I've got 2 of these giants. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, because he's got like that trim to his kilt. Maybe do that in like a metal because it's got like the studs and stuff on it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. He's also got like these leather boots, but he's got metal like metal fronts to him. And then he's got like some fur lining on the back. Like, keep it kind of contrasting so it doesn't get too much of one or the other. Big old fancy. But this axe has got like some runes. Dwarven axe almost. Okay. Get that painted with this Rhinox hide. I like this Rhinox hide for a lot of stuff. The other thing I'm going to paint with this Rhinox hide is like the fur. He's got like this fur cloak, and then the backs of his boots are fur lined. This Rhinox hide works really nice for the base of fur, and then you kind of do a backwards process. I did this with my rats with their fur, and it works really well. You do a base, and then you dry brush like a Tyrant Skull on it, and then you do a wash. You kind of do it a little backwards. You flip the dry brush and the wash around, and it just makes that dry brush not so harsh for your fur, and it just makes it a little bit more fur texture. Thank you, Duncan, from Games Workshop, on your tutorial on fur, because that's exactly how you do it. I'm thinking his beard needs to be white, and I'm a little nervous to do that because I've not ever really tried to do white before. It's really hard to tell. Hair, and what is his fur? So we're just gonna wing it. Pick it up as we go. I'm guessing that's probably like a leathery tunic this fur's on. I've got a different brown I'll use for that. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm getting carried away. I just painted his hair. They look too similar! I pull some of that brown off because I'm actually going to try and paint that white and I don't have to try to go over that brown. Okay. Oh, it's a little better. Carried away. Discord? Oh, did you find a picture? Let's see. Ah, uh-huh. They went definitely lighter with the browns. But yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Mine's gonna be a little darker because I want to go darker with the browns. But that looks good. I like that. Yeah, they did his beard and stuff white too. All this heavy texture of that fur, that makes that paint hard to get into. Water it down a little bit more. I'm in with a couple coats, but kind of watery. Helps it get into all those textures. I need to get my Nagash based. I'm probably going to wait and do that while I'm on winter break. I've got a couple of 3D printed skellies that I want to, I need to paint up too. They won't take that long, they're real simple. And then figure out where the hell his base went. I know he's got a big old round disc base. Figure out where the heck I set that at. But he's pretty much done, I just gotta get his basing going. There's the fur. So pulled up in his beard. Guess if you wanted to keep it real organic to look like fur's poking through his beard, you'd be uber precise, I guess. Textures are kind of hard to differentiate between each other here. Oh, poor Dusty, I can hear him coughing over there. Hoping that antibiotic they got him on helps. I have to figure out how to do the white beard. Like I said, I've never done that before. So if I brought the right colors to do it, I might go downstairs and grab some different paint. Didn't really think about that. I think I may try that Wraith Bone. That you use for skellies, kind of keeping more maybe like a creamy white. I do also have like this bluey longbeard gray dry brush that I think would be just got the it's kind of gray white, that could be work. With a gray and then shade to white. I'll have to run downstairs and get a gray. I didn't bring a gray up with me. Or I can mix up a gray between my white and black. I'm intentionally kind of going over on this fur. Remember when I painted my Skaven, they said kind of overlapping where that fur and whatever it touches meet kind of helps that fur seamlessly blend from one to the other. Okay, that'll be a good time to get up and go get a fresh drink, because I finished my monster. Should go get some water while we're letting this dry. And go find a gray. I actually kind of think I know which one I want to use. Probably the same one I use for doing stone. Makes a nice base gray. Then you can brighten it up from there. I think it's Dawnstone. What I like to use. Okay, let's do the backs of his boots while we're kind of waiting for that fur up there to dry. bite the tongue to get in here and get all these. That texture sucks when you have to like get up next to something you've already. Your brush isn't necessarily going where you think it's gonna go because that little white spot, please. It's in a weird spot. Nobody will see it if I muck it up a little bit. Don't hold my models upside down when you're inspecting them for their paint jobs. Bad idea. That upside down. Could have made this fur like a light fur, like he was wearing a polar bear. That's okay. The white scares me. Like doing white cloaks or white robes or anything along those lines. It's like, that's hard. Always comes out looking white.
Word is traveling. Ambition is
Holy cow! Hey, Lynx!
we can use this.
How's it going? Hello, everybody! How was your stroll through the land of Hyrule today? I was lurking on you this afternoon. Breath of the Wild's always a good time. How we doing, everybody? Thank you so much for the raid! We're working on some D&D models. We're doing all things D&D at the moment, so if you don't know me, I'm a Gamer Inc. I do everything. Oh my gosh, I'm a huge nerd. So, gaming, D&D models, dice making, Lego building. Was it Darth Yoda earlier that was talking about their Lego collection? Before you knew it, live for 7 hours, hungry. Oh my gosh, well make sure you go get something to eat. I know everybody was talking about pizza earlier, and then that gets you all thinking about dinner time. That was definitely Darth Yoda, yeah. I have a pretty good Lego collection myself. I don't know if it's anything near what Yoda has, but I have a wall over here. I have my credenza of Lego that's got my Lego collection on it. You see if I point the camera over that way, I might be able to see it a little bit. There. You can kind of see it over there. That's my Lego shelf I have with all of my Legos in it. From what you can see, I got a little bit of everything. Get this. Then my camera flying all over the place here. Not a bad collection, huh? Yeah, I'm more of a collector than I am a builder. So I like to buy them and then set them on my shelf. We build a few on stream from time to time, mainly like the ships. Like the smaller ships, like the $50 sets that have like 2,000 pieces seems to be good to do on a stream. I can usually can't conquer a 2,000 piece set on a stream during one like 5-hour stream. So I like to build those on stream. But yeah, we're working on painting this frost giant today. Slowly but surely, getting him knocked out. It's fun to, they're fun to build. It's like it's a good fun thing to stream, you know? Kind of put them together and you have one set in your Lego collection, hey! There's always room to grow. We were also working on some dice earlier, so I'll have to show you here. I've been making some handmade dice, so we were working on getting these finished up earlier today. This is like a dice set that I was painting on Friday, but it's got bits of wood in it. Like some exotic woods. I don't know how well you can see those on, but there's little swirls of different types of wood in there. So, been working on building up my dice inventory to open my shop later on this year. And then I was doing like these sets. This is a dice inside a dice set, where I did some black blanks and I stuck little stickers to them, nail art stickers, and it made like this kind of pretty, like, I guess maybe like Victorian, Victorian set, black with the pale flowers. But that's been my newest hobby I've gotten into, is some dice making. Yeah, I'm hoping to have it launched, hopefully by the end of the year. I gotta get all my stuff photographed, and I'm kind of dragging my feet. Like, that's kind of sounds a little daunting, so I've been putting it off, but I really need to get all my sets, like, photographed really nice so I can get my store inventory listed. So maybe I have like a couple weeks off around the holidays, so my plan is to get it going towards the end of the year when I have some time off to work on it. Okay, I moved my camera and now my direction's all off. Yes, it is. Yeah, and my job shuts down over the holiday, so we close from Christmas to New Year. And then I took an extra few days off after New Year's. So I used that time to kind of catch up on stuff that I need to do. Because my husband still has to work, so I take that opportunity while, you know, he's still working, and I've got the house to myself to get caught up on things like that. Yeah, it's crazy to think the holidays are going to be here already. Holy cow, I still have my Jack Skellington and my Zero outside from Halloween. I haven't taken down my Halloween decorations yet. So, I'm not quite prepared for Christmas. I'm a little behind getting my stuff ready. Oh, for sure. It's been such a wacky year, too. I kind of needed some downtime to like, recoup, and this year's gone by fast. Every month goes by a little faster, so. Yeah, what we did is, well, we had him up for Christmas, and then I told my husband, I was like, man, people are gonna look at us weird if we keep Jack and Zero. I have a Grinch and Max that I put out, like, they're like wood cutouts that we did, and then I hand painted them. So we have a Zero and Jack for Christmas, and I have a Grinch and Max for, or flip that, a Jack and Zero for Halloween, and a Grinch and a Max for Christmas. So the other day, since I was so behind on getting them switched out, we just bought a Santa hat, and I put a Santa hat on Jack just to get us by for a little while. It was a total roller coaster, wasn't it, Lynx? Oh my gosh. Well, I hope your year's going to be ending well. I know you were working on maybe getting your dad settled and stuff earlier this year. I remember Smoke talking about that on stream, so I hope everything kind of got settled for you really well. gonna go cross-eyed looking at this. It's hard when I got this light on here to see what's just shiny and what's white stuff that I didn't paint. Make me just stop and refocus every now and then. Whew. Oh, I missed a whole spot right here. Good night. Hard to see into his undercarriage here. But I'm hoping that you can keep him healthy for a bit longer. Aw, nice. To tax season? Oh, tell me about it. Yeah, it's something nice about the new year. Even though, in all reality, time just flows seamlessly from month to month. But it kind of... The new year just kind of helps you give yourself that mental fortitude you need to, like, reset and refresh. And that's what I'm kind of looking forward to. I mean, there's not, like, a real hard date as far as, like, time's concerned, but it's just, like, a mental strategy to, like, reset and refresh. Go into January swinging? Yes, yeah. Especially with this COVID stuff, it's made time be so wonky. It's like... We were talking about this with my coworkers the other day. It's like you tend to forget where you're at in your timeline when you like start looking back. Like 2020 was such a fog, and it's sometimes hard to go back and we're like, was that last year? No, or was that in it's like time got all wibbly wobbly during that period, and have a hard time remembering what happened in 2020 and what happened just this last year. They kind of blend together. So I'm hoping next year is a little bit better. Things are somewhat getting back to a sense of normalcy. Gonna have to get some more paint on this model. I'm having a hard time telling where the fur ends and other stuff begins. But I think, for the moment, we're looking alright. Big old frosty boy. Well, thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate everybody. This is a great place to lurk. Lurk away. I'm a notorious lurker. I'm not the best about chit-chatty, and you are never expected to be chit-chatty here. I am perfectly capable of chatting to myself. I do it a lot. So hang back, lurk, do what you gotta do, get a snack, get a drink, get a blankie, settle in. I just appreciate you guys all hanging out. Not doing anything fancy, we're just gonna paint on this guy for a few hours, see how far we get. I'm just kind of going back and forth talking about my techniques. So if you've never done any model painting before, I just kind of rattle on about what I'm doing and the methods that I'm using to paint models. And make it seem not so scary to new people to want to maybe pick up the hobby. So I know model painting can be a little daunting because the features are so fine and the details are so little. But there's actually just a few really simple techniques that you execute when you're doing this that can make something that looks like it'd be really difficult to achieve much easier than you would think. So that's kind of what we're doing here. I'm just throwing down a base coat. So I'm not being real picky about painting over stuff I don't want to paint, like his beard. If I get some stuff on his beard, or if I get some stuff on areas I haven't painted yet, it's no big deal. Acrylic paints are pretty forgiving. You can always go back and paint over something that you don't like, or if you accidentally hit something that you didn't intend to hit, you can always touch up. But put down a base coat just gives it that foundation. Your base coats are usually a little darker than what you are gonna intend to have when you're done. But this allows us to do some other other painting on top of this, and we'll start making these textures come alive. Right now it just looks like a crumply, muddy mess, but we're gonna do some other stuff to this here once this dries. And it's gonna start looking a little bit more like the fur look that we're trying to achieve. Just want to make sure I got all of the white covered best we can. With this texture, it's kind of hard to see sometimes if that's just the light reflecting, or if that's the white primer showing through. The trick is to do thin coat. You don't want your paint too thick because it'll clog up your details, and that'll prevent you from doing if your details get clogged up, that's going to make your other techniques that you try to do later more difficult, like dry brushing. Oops, not my camera. Alrighty, so I think this here should be dry now. We painted this earlier. Gonna hit this a little bit right there, kind of show. Little package and chest of goodies that's on his belt. I don't think there's any other fur. There's a little bit of white showing through it. All right. Gonna let that dry. And then I'm gonna step away for just a quick second. I'm missing a color that I need. So I'm gonna go grab that other color really quick and grab a fresh drink, because when I got up to use the restroom earlier, I didn't realize I was out of my drink. I'm gonna grab some water, and I need a gray paint I didn't grab from my paint stash. So I'm gonna go get that real quick, and I will be right back, and we'll keep on going. I think by the time I get back, this ought to be dry enough to where we can do the next step of his fur, and then we're gonna continue on after his fur's done, probably with his hair. And then I'm kind of saving his armor for last because I'm not 100% sure what direction I'm going on his armor. I may need to make inventory my paints I grabbed here real quick and see if there's another color I need to grab. Got Tyrant sand. Got that bronze I wanted to use. Oh, that Baneblade brown actually might be what I want to use. That's gonna be for leather. Okay. I think I need a couple more browns and a gray. And it looks like my ad is getting ready to run here. So I wonder if I can just go ahead and... I'm gonna go ahead and run that, and then I'm gonna go grab some paint, and I will be right back. Alrighty. Is Pretzel Rock still going, or does it need a refresh? Oh, it helps if I plug my headset back in, then I'll know it's playing. Ah! Okay. So I grabbed this color. Celestial Gray. I think that'll work. Oh my gosh, it's not like dried the fuck out. I really need to go through and do an inventory of my paints. I haven't painted with some of these Citadel paints for so long, and the caps never seem to go back on them sometimes. If you use one that a lot, it seems like the rim around the cap tends to get goobied up, and they never quite fit back on the way they're supposed to, and they get dried out. But these paints are so expensive. Like, you're not gonna just go buy a whole set of paints in one go. Kind of stock up on them little by little. Okay. Let's do this dry brush I meant to do earlier, but I did it too soon and my wash wasn't dry, but I think we're good now. Take this Tyrant Skull. Now that this is all dry, we're just gonna hit that braided cable, holding this together. And the highlights of this package. Is it worth it? Hey! That place is so goddamn toxic. I hate working there. Not saying that I won't ever go get a second job again. I'm hoping that the dice thing will help with, help supplement some income to where I don't have to go get another second job, but I definitely don't want to go back there. They just treat their employees like crap. Got tired of being made to feel guilty about wanting a day off, or, you know, they always want you to work holidays, and did you work, No, I didn't. No. I called them in the morning and said, hey, we've got some stuff going on and I'm not coming in. No. I only have one more day left. I only have next Saturday and then I'm done, so I really didn't care. So wasn't that concerned about it. Too bad, so sad. Okay, here. Alright, I'm gonna get my little bit bigger dry brush. Oh, we still want Tyrant Skull. Okay. This is where... That's still wet. Okay. His fur is gonna have to dry a little bit more here, I think. What I may do, I'm not gonna get too fancy on this chest, but may do is take a little bit of this iron breaker. Grab a smaller brush. That one will work. Oh, excuse me. And take just a little bit of metallic here. A walk. A little thin, but just want a little shiny there. A metallic lock. Get that from the rest of the stuff. Nothing crazy, just a little shiny on there. I kind of want that fur to finish drying. Got a wet spot on his back here. It's still a little wet. Because we're going to dry brush some Tyrant Skull on there. So we're waiting for that. I'm going to take some of this Rakarth flesh. Maybe. Oh my gosh, you can tell I've used this a lot. There's not much left in this. This may be one of these where I've got to go in and manually stir it. Oh. Or not. Okay, that paint pot is toast. We will not be using it. Pitch that. It's a big old... there wasn't much left in it, and it's a big old solid blob at the bottom, so... Alright, never mind. We'll find something else. We'll try this Bane Brown. This is pretty close. It's a little browner than that flesh shade, but I think it'll work. And I'm going to use it on some other stuff on him, so... I'm going to paint this wrap that's around, like... fabric wrap that's around his axe here. I think I'm also going to paint his like this stuff is gonna be this color too, and we're gonna just do a little bit different maybe a different wash to it. Or maybe not. Maybe we could just... Actually, I really like this brown. brown. I think I'm gonna go back and hit his fingernail too with a bit brighter blue. Make it pop a tiny bit. Gonna take a few coats over this to cover up that blue and stuff, but that's okay. The layer paint, so they don't tend to cover as nicely as a base paint does. Goes into a home too. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry, and then I'm gonna try painting. I think if we do like the padded part of this in a light color, and then we'll come back and we'll hit the trim of it, maybe in a little bit darker color, like this Gothor brown, kind of two-tone it up a tiny bit. I think that will look nice. And it's like it's quilted now that I see it. I was thinking it was like scale mail or something, but I think it's like quilted leather. Quilted fabric of some type with that pattern. The frost giant, he's gotta stay well somewhat warm, I guess. Cold never bothered him anyway. Okay, there we go. Like that. And do this. Dry. I'd still like to maybe sometime go and get some of those Hero Forge models. I'd like to try 3D printing some of those. Get myself a a mini done up for our current D&D campaign. I really like my current character. I think it'd be fun to something a little special for her. And then watch Dylan kill her off the next session after I do that, but that's probably gonna need a couple coats, but I like it so far. I like that color combo. Looks nice with that blue. Oh, I like it a lot. Let's do his kilt while we're painting this. We're gonna do this padded stuff that all looks like same material. And then we're gonna do that trim a little bit different, a little darker brown, so it looks like a leather trim. And then we'll hit those studs with a little metal. Those look like metal plates that are hanging from there. I'll have to pull up that reference image you gave me. I really do like the way they did that. My browns and stuff are a little darker, but it's nice to kind of have a reference image to know, you know, what people are picking up for the different materials. Especially like this guy where he's rocking a couple different materials. He's got fur, he's got leather, he's got metals. Got a couple different things going on. I wonder how many more sessions we have of this campaign book. I think we're still pretty early on in our current D&D camp. It's a pre-written campaign from Pathfinder. I think we're in the fourth. There's usually 6 books. I think we're in the 4th book. 4th or 5th one. I think the brown of his boots, he's got like a leather boot. I think I'm gonna do that in the same color I do the pull that image back up real quick. Okay, I'm kind of flip-flopping my colors. He did a darker padding with a lighter trim, and I'm gonna do a darker trim with a lighter padding. The 4th, you think? I think so too. Gonna need 2 coats though. Got that paint a bit watery. Here. Give this wrap another coat. Try not to stab myself in the eye while I get the itch. Whew. Yeah, better. Okay. Add another. We have to come back and give that wrap on that axe a coat, just covering up grounds. Happy with the way he's looking so far. I always get so nervous sometimes when I'm picking out color schemes. I sometimes will work off an inspiration image, but sometimes I just kind of like to wing it. And then I think we ought to have given this enough time to dry. Now we can go back and do our dry brush on it. Start working on it. I like to bounce around on a model a little bit. Sometimes you can end up with a lot of downtime if you're trying to hyper focus on doing something a little bit at a time. I like to bounce around a little bit, so give me the ability to keep working, not have to have a whole lot of downtime. Or some people work on 2 models at a time, so they don't have to work like that, but so I think his boots and his tunic, and then the trim on the kilt, going to do in the same color. That looks all nice and dry. I'm gonna use this. We're gonna dip into the Tyrant Skull. This is how I've done other fur in the past. Kinda. Start brushing this on there. Now, a lot of times you would do a dry brush after a wash, but we're going to do a dry brush first and then a wash. And I think it helps the fur. Helps that dry brush not be quite so stark.
I think "Eat Fresh" is a great slogan. They managed to convince an entire continent, if not the globe, that eating a foot of bread was somehow good for you.
Get up in this area here. Undersides here. May not see a lot of this by the time we put the arms back on, but kind of why I wanted to do the arms off. It's a little easier to get into some of these details with some sub-assembly painting. There, it kind of makes that texture pop a little bit. Trying not to get that on the skin that we've already painted in there, but awkward to get to. I'm using a dry brush paint, but you don't have to use dry brush paints. It's just like a kind of like a paste in there. A really thick, kind of whipped, pasty paint. But you could use any paint as a dry brush. You just have to make sure that you really brush off the excess. You almost want it to when you wipe it against a paper towel, you don't even see any paint come off. And that's so it'll just release on the highest edges of your model when you're doing this. Get too much paint and then it'll start going into areas you don't want to hit. And you'll end up with like a base layer instead of a dry brush. Okay, I'm also going to do this dry brush on the wood and the then we're going to come back and wash this too. And we'll wash it in an Agrax Earth shade. which will help tone down this brightness of this dry brush, and then darken up those recesses. And doing that step in reverse, I think, just helps these particular material types from that dry brushing of being too bright. Okay, give that a little clean off, get that paint out of there. Thought maybe we would kick him out in a night, but not quite. We did that worm in a night, but I think I did a much longer stream than what I'm going to be able to do tonight, so... I'm going to wash this stuff along with his kilt and his fur. And the axe handle and that we're all gonna wash that in Agrex version. Trying to think what else we may want to paint that we would wash in that. We could probably do his shoes too. I think I'm gonna do his shoes this brown. Or I have... Let me see. Which one do I want to do? Where'd the other one go? Or I grabbed the Legion Direct. That drab's not bad. I think this is too brown for what I want. I'm just trying to stay in these tones. I want to stay in the bluer tones. I do like the Steel Legion drab, but it's a little warm. I want to stay in these cooler tones because he's a frost giant. Keep him in these cooler browns. Slightest bit of water to that. I think some of these paints I could revive if they're not completely dried out. I think I can put some medium thinner in them and give them a really good shake. Maybe able to revive them a little. I decided this trimmage where his fur's at, if that should be that. I think that probably should be that other color, and I missed paint that little bit right there. If paints could talk. I'm sorry, my tone is too warm for you. I can touch the side. Take that down as far as I want to do. He's got a little bit of I think that let me do that real quick while I'm thinking about it. That. Couldn't tell if I just missed that or if I just hit it too hard with the. I think. Tell if I want this to be fur brown or if that should be the shoe. Touch that up with some. Have you done any painting lately, Malthus? I know you've got stuff to paint. I think those hill giants were the last thing I remember you painting. You got some of the really cool Kickstarter stuff, I think, that time, too. From that first one. Thinking you got, like, a really cool dragon or something. Like a whole scene. Just on some crazy blood angels? So, no! I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, I think he still has my blood angels. You've had those a while. I bet you've had those a couple years now. I had to get those back from you just because I could use the case. Kind of forgot about it, actually. Oh yeah, and that's got to be going on a couple years ago. We haven't played in a while. As much fun as it sounds like sometimes, it's just like, oh my gosh, Warhammer is so much work because I've been out of it for so long that, you know, you're looking into like buying updated codexes and like relearning the rules and stuff again on some of that because that's all been changed and updated and it's like worth it. Model upside down. if it's a real big thing to paint the bottom of his boots. We're gonna glue him to a base eventually. To keep with the power creep? Yeah, exactly. Magic the Gathering is kind of that way too. It's not like you can just stop buying Magic cards at some point and still expect to be competitive and play with, even with you're just playing casually with your friends because of the power creep. I bought that box set. I have yet to open it. I was gonna maybe do that on stream sometime. Just to open. But the Forgotten Realms box set, just because I thought it'd be cool to have some of that set from the D&D world. Would be fun. Okay, I think this is the same brown. Put the metal on the stud. Oh, yeah. I don't know, do you still play Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes? I quit about 6 months ago, probably now. And I have not missed it since. That daily requirement of having to log into your game to do stuff just to keep up. It's like, I have a hard enough time doing that on real games, let alone in a damn mobile game. Because if you weren't keeping up with that, trying to stay free to play. I haven't played in almost 2 years, wow. Heck, I may have backed out of that longer ago than I think I did. That might have been a whole year ago now. Oh, you still do Marvel Strike Force? Yeah, those games were very, very kind of similar. Yes, that is fur on his back and shoulders. We're not done with it yet. I'm waiting to get some other stuff done, and then we're gonna throw a wash on that. But yes, he's got some fur on the back of his boots too. For fur, I follow a technique that I got from watching Duncan, who was like the Warhammer tutorial painter for Warhammer. And I use a technique that's a little bit different than, you know, typically you do like a base, a wash, and a dry brush. I flip the last two around. I do a base, a dry brush, and a wash. And it just kind of helps tame down that dry brush a little bit. So it's not so stark. And I found that it works really good for fur. I started with a Rhinox hide, I dry brushed it in a Tyrant Skull, and then I'm gonna wash it with like an Agrex Earthshade. And that's what I do for fur. And that's kind of how the Games Workshop tutorial recommended doing it as well, so. I did that on my Skaven, and it ended up working pretty well. Yeah, give it a try, give it a try. I mean, you don't even, and you can do that with any like layer colors that you want. I mean, you don't have to do it in browns. You could even start with like a lighter brown and work your way up. But yeah, try doing it with base dry brush wash, because you can get pretty heavy on your dry brush. But I feel like that would have been too bright to leave the fur like that. So I think once I go over it with a wash, it's going to tone it down a little bit, make that not so bright. And it really just kind of melds a little bit better, I think, for a fur. You could even do something really fun, which would be kind of cool to try. Like if you were doing a different kind of hide, like you could go in and marble your dark base, like do a darker brown, then maybe a little bit different brown, and then like a black, and kind of marble your base, dry brush and wash it, and that could give it like a really cool texture. Now that I think about that, that would have been fun to try. Get really crazy and try to do like a zebra fur. Dry brush it again and make it, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, if you don't like the way it washes, then you just can go in and add another dry brush on top of it to like bring some more highlights to it, which I feel I might do actually. But yeah, it's fun to experiment and play with techniques, so I mean, you can't mess it up. If you don't like it, you just paint over it, right? Try again. I'm not gonna worry about touching up the bottom of his shoes, because that's where I'm gonna glue him to the base. This one I might, because his foot will actually lift off. Yeah, this foot comes up a little bit, so get the bottom of that shoe a little bit. Alright, and then I'm gonna paint the whole underside this color. A snowy base. I've never done a snowy base before, but he totally needs a snowy base. You've done snowy bases. What were you using for your snow base? I know they make like a Games Workshop snow that you can use for snowy bases, but weren't you using just like baking soda and Elmer's glue or something? You were doing a different concoction. It's so easy. The bottom of these models get a little tricky because it's like they gave up on the details on the underside. Like there's no clear definition of when this turns from his kilt to this cloth that he's wearing. So when you're painting the underside of this model, it's just kind of like, well, wherever you want to transition, I guess. Get too crazy about it. You don't look at him from the bottom anyways. Cheap white acrylic paint from Hobby Lobby, baking soda, and Elmer's glue. Okay, I knew it was something that you were doing, like a... Instead of using a technical paint, you were doing a homemade concoction. I'll have to try that. I have all that stuff. Yeah, I definitely would do a snowy base for this guy. We're gonna put this frost giant on a sandy base. Like most of my models are on desert bases, like my Skaven and my Nurgle, just because I think like a desolate base looks good for like a plague themed army, and that's what most of my armies are, like a plague theme. So I have a lot of that crackle paint that as it dries it gives it crackle texture. And so most of my bases have been done in that. Just getting some base coating on here. Not real flashy at the moment, but his shoes looking. Lighting, it makes it hard to tell if that's just glare from my light or if that's white showing. Touch up a couple areas here. If you don't add the paint, it tends to yellow a bit over time. Oh, that makes sense. Kind of help keep that white base. Well, because the Elmer's glue is almost going to want to dry clear. It's not going to really have a color to it. It's the, so yeah, your baking soda may naturally, since it's kind of a natural ingredient, may tend to want to yellow without that white paint. Yeah, because I have some of that cork that I like to use for rocks. That corkboard stuff works really good for like making some rocks, but maybe pile up some of that with and then coat it with that snow-based stuff. Oh, that's right. I was gonna do his tunic. Got a little bit of tunic showing through. I want to do that in this color as well. Of like meringue, so you get the peaks. Oh yeah, yeah. So it kind of wants to hang over like snow would as it accumulates. Uh-huh. Guessing that's some tassels from his tunic that got like some. To paint them all this color for now, but we may come back them out with like umber color or something. I'm gonna wash this all in the same color. It'll help kind of make that transition a little less stark between one material and the next. Hey, no stupid questions here. Ask away. The stupid question is the one you don't ask. Don't know if you don't ask. Make the looks make to get where you want it. Well, yeah, but the nice thing about those materials is like it's not like you're gonna. Oh my god, I said that way too many times in a row. It's not like it's. They're inexpensive materials, so you don't really feel like you're wasting something. Where if you buy like a technical paint to do that, you kind of be a little more careful about what you're doing, because that stuff's. A birch skin handle? Oh, you're talking like like on a white birch tree where it's a white birch with the. I love birch. Absolutely. That seems pretty technical. Birchwood is so cool. My husband loves birchwood too. Yeah, if you could make that, if you could pull it off, that sounds like that might be a difficult. I would love to see that. Birchwood is really pretty. Isn't birchwood pretty, like a pretty hard wood? So if I should know my woods better. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Definitely, it's different. It's different than your typical, like just a brown wood or something that you would typically see. It'd be kind of a unique wood texture. So, oh, don't be scared to try it. No, do it. Totally do it. What, you would base it in like what, a white or a gray? Like a kind of like I'm planning on doing his beard. I guess you would base it in like a light gray. then wash it in like a Nolan oil, and then dry brush a white on top of it. That's what I would try. Yeah, absolutely. That would be where I would start. I've not seen a lot of birch wood painted before, so that could be really cool. It's something I don't really see done before, so that would definitely like stand out. Now we gotta now we need some birch trees for our D&D tabletop. I have to tell Ralph. I'm like, hey, what's with these boring old evergreen trees we always see? Why can't we be in a birchwood forest? All the cool kids are doing it. All the cool kids have birch trees on their tabletop games. Why can't we have birch? Get to painting all your trees again. I always tell my buddy Ralph that he ought to be a Twitch streamer and paint models, because he paints in his hobby time. I think he's just lacking the computer setup to do it, or he probably would. But he is a fantastic model painter. He paints gems, like gemstones on his Eldar and stuff, that look phenomenal. Like, he gets the layering and like the light glare, and then he puts like a glaze on them so they really are shimmery. And I'm so jealous of his ability to paint frickin' gems. Made us some trees. Well, if he was gonna make him trees, he'd probably just go cut down some birch and be like, there's your birch tree. No need to paint it, there's your wood. I mean, I could 3D print some trees. And we could go that route. Okay, I got a little bit of edging to do on his cuffs, and then I think we may be ready to do a wash. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I'm really enjoying painting models on stream again with you guys. It's been a little while, so it's been fun to do some model painting. It's about the only way I'm ever going to get through my model paint backlog. I need company while I do it. I get lonely in my basement by myself. In my dice dungeon, as it's now called. I did get a Wi-Fi extender, so I could do like some TikTok lives and stuff from my phone down there. The Wi-Fi in my basement sucks, so... It'd be cool, like, the night you showed up with your... Oh, uh-huh. Oh my gosh, if you did, like, a tree army, like his treants. I want to see a birch treant. Okay, Ralph, is one of your army of your tree people. You need a cohort of birch ints. Birch ints. That's just fun to say. Just went to the yard, broke up some twigs, and threw them on the ground. I forgot. The handle you want to paint has some sharp edges. Is there any way... The handle I want to paint has some sharp edges. Is there any way I could get it to be more rounded? There's a tool. You could either take like your X-Acto knife, or they make this tool called a mold line trimmer. I have one, I just don't have it here with me. It kind of looks like a thick X-Acto blade. And you just kind of rub it on that sharp edge, just gently. You don't want to gouge it, but you just kind of want to lightly drag it across that sharp edge, and it'll dull it down for you. But they do make a tool called a mold line trimmer, and it's so handy. I use it for my dice making to kind of trim the flashing off my dice. I think Games Workshop's the only one I know that makes it. But there's an actual tool for that. And I'm gonna pull up a link and I'll share it with you so you see what it looks like. It's kind of an expensive tool. You don't have to use that tool, but the benefit of it over like an X-Acto blade is that it's not sharp like a blade, so it won't, like if you slip, it won't gouge your model. And they're really kind of handy, especially for cleaning up mold lines. If you're doing like Warhammer models and stuff. A lighter? I don't know, that seems kind of brave. I've never seen that technique before. Like, are you doing it on like, these are like Reaper Bones? These are like the Bones models, or are you painting more Warhammer armies? It's a disaster. Let me see if I can search that tool. Like, where on their website would that be? I'm trying to remember what they call that. Oh, they have a different one. That's weird. Okay, where would I find products, miniatures? Oh, it's probably under... And a D&D ogre, a zombie. Ooh, you know what the fun thing? I paint a lot of zombies and like plague skaven and stuff. The best thing about painting zombies is that if you get messy with your paint, it's a damn zombie. Who cares? They're not all that like when you paint like crisp, clean elves and stuff, where they got really pristine armor and stuff. You got to be a little bit more careful with when you're painting a zombie. Who the hell cares? You slap a little bit of paint on him, he's like, oh well, he's decaying. He's not perfect anyways. Who cares? So I love to paint zombies. Tools. A mold line remover. This is what I'm thinking of. This works great on all types of models. But this is what I'm talking about here. I'll post a link. It's like $18, it's not bad, but it doesn't get dull. It's not like an X-Acto blade. It's not going to get dull, but it's a lot like a blade, but it's much thicker. It's probably like 3 times as thick as an X-Acto blade. And you just kind of rub that along, like if you have mold lines on your mold, or if you're wanting to dull down an edge, a sharp edge, round it off, this works great. Like I said, you can always use an X-Acto knife, but this here just really prevents gouging or like taking a big chunk out of your model that you don't intend to. So, handy little tool. I have one and I use it all the time. Oh, I kind of miss my wet palette. I need to get some more papers for it. I can't tell if the sound that I'm hearing is like a barking music or if that's a barking of dogs outside my window. I also can't tell if that's not painted or if that's just light reflection. Yeah, I wonder if they like sell like a knockoff version of that at like a Hobby Lobby, that mold line tool. It wouldn't surprise me if you could go to like a Hobby Lobby or a Michael's or a Joann's or something that sells like model tools, and if they would have something like that that wasn't a Citadel one that you could buy that would be like a third of the price, because sometimes Games Workshop gets a little proud of their tool. They are very nice tools though, like their clippers. I know you can go to like a hobby store and buy clippers for like a third of the price, but their clippers are freaking nice. So if you want to invest in some of their tools, they're... Oh, that is some bit watery. Let's pop a little up. Inside his palm is still pretty blue in there. Just want to give that a little more of a coat. Yeah, Games Workshop is proud of their stuff, but... See, my wood grain, I just did a base of Rhinox hide, dry brushed it with Tyrant Skull, and then we're gonna wash over that with some Agrex or shade, and it'll just tone down that brightness a little bit on that Tyrant Skull. Okay. I think these are like... Those are ties. Little things draping down here. I think those are ties for his tunic, which we will go back later and paint those like a lighter color. Like his stitching and stuff, we'll paint that a different color, but I'm going to do that after. No, you know what? I think I'm going to do it now. I'm going to go back to... Where's that brown I just had? This one. Change my mind. We're gonna paint this color. Some of my poor brushes the tips of them get a little curl. And I think I saw somewhere they said that if you take your brushes and you put them in a pot of boiling water, definitely for synthetic brushes. If you got natural brushes, it probably is not going to do anything, but synthetic brushes, it would. If you put them in a pot of boiling water. Before I wash these, I'm gonna hit these stitches. And these are like little ties, I think, that are coming from his tunic that tie his tunic together. Well. Alright. I get a little sloppy when I'm painting stuff, especially when I'm, if I haven't painted something else yet. I like to be I get a little wild with my paint, and it always helps, like, when you go up to paint up next to it, if you kind of overpaint on the first thing you're painting, it just is easier to paint up next to it, and you won't have to worry about, like, white spots being in the crevices. That probably bothers some people that I'm a little sloppy with my first coats, but the way I do it. I find that it just helps me not get so much unpainted white spots and crevices. I haven't tried it before. I would like to. I don't think it could hurt. It'd be a lot cheaper than buying new brushes. Yeah, exactly, because brushes can get expensive. I have some of the Games Workshop brushes. Those are kind of pricey, but I bought them from my local hobby store when they were having a sale. This one here's just a Hobby Lobby brush. This one here. But I bet on your synthetic brushes, it would definitely work. If you have natural bristles, because like a synthetic brush, it's what it's kind of doing is just like melting your bristles back into place. Letting them go back to getting them back to their natural position. Now, if you had natural bristle brushes, which are quite a bit more expensive, I don't think that it's gonna. When I do my fur, I do it before washing, but typically it's the other way around. Typically you would base, wash, then highlight, but my fur I do it the opposite direction. That's the only time I do it backwards. So yeah, you would put down your base coat. What I did is arms, that's how I did this. I based it, I did a wash, and then I went back and I highlighted. Oh, yeah, good thought. Yeah, the glue in there. You just want to get the bristles so that, like, if you got, like, flayed bristles and stuff. I also have, like, this little jar of, like a soap. Like a hard soap in a little canister that, I use to, clean the paint out of my brushes. Like, it's a master's touch. I think it's a master's thing. Yeah, the way that his shoelace is up is kind of different. Not even like a shoe, it's like he took some fabric and just wrapped it around his foot. And odd. See, I'm used to painting Games Workshop models. The one thing I've got to say about these Reaper Bones models, after you've painted Games Workshop models, the details are sometimes not quite as crisp. But that's why I like their bigger models. Oh, I didn't paint his trim on that arm. Okay, gotta bring that other brown back out. Here, arm. That armor come to life? Yeah. I'm hesitant. I knew I wanted to do his skin in blue. I wasn't real sure how I wanted to do his armor. So we're just kind of winging it. Because he's got some big bits of metal, and I didn't want him to be, like, overpowered by much metallic. I was originally thinking this quilted stuff was like a scale mail, but I kind of like painting it more like a padded leather, which I think is what it actually is supposed to be. Now I have to go dig his brother out. I have another one of these models that's got a different pose. Pretty sure I have another one. I got these from a Kickstarter that Reaper Bones does every now and then. I don't know that they've done one in a while, though. I missed their first one. And then I bought into their second one. I bought a lot of stuff from their second one. Their third one, I didn't buy as much. I just kind of did the bigger models. And if they've done a fourth or a fifth one, I couldn't tell you. Because after that is kind of when I got into doing the Warhammer stuff. And I like the fantasy Warhammer, the Age of Sigmar stuff. It allows us to like dual purpose them for D&D. We do very little, like the Chaos Demons and stuff from 40k. Those can sometimes be repurposed for D&D fantasy when you need demons and devils and stuff, but the fantasy stuff is a lot easier to go back and forth between D&D and Warhammer. I just like that genre a little bit better than I do the sci-fi stuff. The thing I did like in 40k to paint was like their big titans, their night titans. Those were fun to paint. And the vehicles. I like doing like the ships and the tanks. Okay. Take this wash. You use some Agrex Earthshade. Now I'm gonna just go over this fur. It's also what I'm gonna do to go over this. We've just base coated this stuff. This we base coated and dry brushed, but I'm gonna wash it all with this Agrexer. Hey, Inspire, how's it going? Evening. Working on this little frost giant today. Yeah, now that we put this wash on, I think it just gave that fur a lot more dimension because now you're getting your shadows back. That we kind of had lost before. A 9-hour drive? I would think the last thing you'd want to do is go back to doing something sitting. That's a long drive. Hope you can kick back and put your feet up and stretch out a little bit. What are you currently working on, Aspire? We were talking about techniques to paint fur. Do you have any good tips about how to paint some fur? I don't know if I do mine the way everybody else does. I just do. This is how Duncan from Games Workshop told me how to do it when I was painting my Sandquill and Bone Ripper model. So I've just kind of stuck with this technique and it works pretty good for what I'm usually trying to do. See, that's exactly what I did. I based it, and then I dry brushed it, and now I'm putting a wash over it. Okay. So I'm not off par then. I missed a little strap right there. Go back. I dry brushed with a much lighter one, so I'll show you what I used here. My base is Rhinox hide, and then I dry brushed Tyrant Skull. So I mean, they are very stark comparison. So that's what this fur is. It's a Rhinox hide with a Tyrant Skull dry brush, and then I'm now washing it with Agrex Earthshade. And so this is kind of the effect we're getting here. I mean, if you didn't want to go quite that yellow, you could maybe do like a Sylvaneth bark. But yeah, you just have to kind of play with it. Could have got maybe a little lighter brown, or it kind of depends on what your base color is too, what you might want to do. We could have done this in like polar bear fur. I got to thinking about that. I was like, he's a frost giant. He'd have polar bears probably where he's at. Maybe we should have done polar bear fur. Oh, you know what? We could make him a really frosty giant. So when I do my snow-based stuff, we could like maybe put some snow on his shoulders. Like he's been rolling around in it. Hey! How's it going, Wolf? Heck yeah, that's the best thing about painting models. You do whatever you want. You don't have to paint them the way they were intended to be painted. You paint them however you want to paint them. This stuff I'm going to do metal, and I'm going to wash it in a different... Well, I may wash it in Agrex. We'll see. But for now, I'm just going to wash... I'm going to do a dry brush over this, and then we're going to paint. So I like to paint in layers. I like to start on the deepest part of my model, which was his skin, and then kind of work my way out. So like his metal plates and stuff would be like some of the last thing I do. I also use a different water too for when I'm doing what I keep a separate pot. So if you're bouncing back and forth between doing your metallics and your regular paints, I'd have a second cup of water sitting around. And don't be dipping and rinsing your brushes off in the same pot of water that you're doing your metallics in. How you doing tonight, Wolf? I need to move that, or I'm gonna splash shade on that, and I'll be mad when my flesh is all got shade splatter on it. You want a sparkly birch? Maybe it's magical birchwood. You never know. Like I said. I still think that sounds like a cool idea. I've not actually ever really seen birchwood painted before. And I like the idea. That a bit heavy. We'll slow that up, move it around. Continue this onto his. I kind of started on his armor and then I jumped around. I just always love the effect that shading gives. Just really helps bring that. I mean, you wouldn't ever have to. If you only ever wanted to base, like you want to just do some down and dirty quick models to throw on the table, you could base coat all your models and you'd be good to go. They'd be table ready and look just fine. But there's just something that, you know, washing and dry brushing, even just to a small extent, really brings some depth and life to your. I think there should be a tabletop channel. Let me check your role. If you're new here, let me, I'm gonna change your role real quick. Because Rebel Scum role, when you're new to the channel, may prevent you from posting in certain channels. So now you should be good. Either arts and hobbies or tabletop gaming. Either one. Works just fine. Malthus posted in the general channel, the Empire channel, this same model somebody else painted, which was really cool because it's got the snowy base on it and stuff. Looks pretty neat. Let me move my Discord to a different window here. Oh, that's right. You had sent us links of these the other day that you were working on. Yeah. I remember that, like, dark elf. She looks like a dark elf. Scythe. Now those little, are those like markers? Like a telescope? Those look rad. Nicely done. I remember seeing like the gal with the blue hair and the yellow. I like that color scheme a lot. Got a bit heavy there in his corner, so just move that about. Sci-fi turrets, okay. Whoop, sorry. We're gonna lean him up a little bit so that wash doesn't settle in a weird way. And I gotta put a little wash on his cuffs here. I totally missed that around the edge. Okay. Off my brush here. Boy howdy, this is what happens when you chit-chat and work on models. I get distracted and I totally missed a spot here. Blame it on you guys. Okay. I'm gonna get the wash on this guy, and then I may be close to ending stream since it's almost 8 o'clock. I'm starting to think about the foods. And a wash is a good time to kind of tidy up a model for the night, because you gotta let it get good and dry before you can really progress with the rest of it. It'll muddy up your dry brush. that's cool. That's a cool gift. Very cool. That's something they can use, like, no matter what character or army or something they're playing. I'm not real familiar with Affinity, so... But I'm assuming that that's something, like, you can not tie to a certain character or... When dry brushing? Oh yeah. The trick is you really got to let your paint dry. And if you struggle with dry brushing, you can definitely buy dry brush paints, like this. This is like a dry brush paint, and it's like a paste. It's very thick. It's kind of whipped, almost foamy, and so it's very low moisture. And that helps quite a bit if you're struggling with getting the right consistency for your dry brush. Because you can really use any paint you want for a dry brush, but yeah, you basically, when you wipe it against a paper towel or your hand, no paint should come off. So even when you think you've taken all the paint out of your brush, you're good. If you think you've taken all your paint out, it's easier to build it up than it is to try to pull it back. It's a... Oh, nice! Okay, cool. So that is a nice gift, because anybody's going to be able to use it. Okay. I also see a spot in his hand I want to go back and touch up with this. Got a little... heavy-handed with my... light touch there. Very good. Okay. That's all it needed. Nobody would have noticed that but me, but... Okay, go back to my wash here before... it's all dried up in my brush. Paint them to match the factions? Oh, that's so cool. Usually at Christmas, whoever's our DM for our current session will give, like, us gifts in game. You know, Great Father Winter will come and bestow, like, some special trinket or potions or a one-time use thing to kind of help the characters about in their endeavors. The wash gets a bit heavy like it did here. I just kind of dry my brush off on a paper towel and just kind of try to pull it out a little bit and move it out. Kind of pooling a little heavy here. Let that dry. I use the same wash on the wrap of this, and then I'm also going to wash this wood. I treat my wood like I would for exact same base, dry brush, then wash. Do it backwards. I guess depending on the type of wood that you're wanting it, but for this one, that's kind of how I'm doing it. Seasonal swag loot, yeah. might be nice and give everybody in our group a set of dice that I've been working on. I let them pick from my current inventory dice before I launch my store. Got a pretty good dice inventory that I'm building up now. I wanted a decent amount of stuff to have in my store for the go around, and plus I'm also keeping an inventory of stuff for the subscribers. Gifts to slay your foe. Exactly. Actually, a metal ring up there we'll paint later, but for right now it's just gonna look wood. Fill that out with your brush. Pretty happy with that. Yeah, a little trunk and stuff earlier that we painted. Little parcel. Goes on his backside. We're gonna give him a white beard. I'm a little nervous about trying it. Malthus talked me into it, but we're gonna give him a white beard. I'm gonna come back in. This is starting to dry a little bit, but I think I want to come back in a little bit more. I'm excited to do his horns. I love doing bone horns. I've got a really fun technique for doing fangs, teeth, horns, stuff like that. So we'll base it all in like I think it's Tyrant sand is what I start with. Base the whole thing in Tyrant sand. And then I go in with a, oh yeah, teeth would be the same way. Like if you got big old fangs on a monster, teeth, horns. But I start it all with a Tyrant sand. And then I do a wash, but I do it in stages. So like the first wash, I go from the base till about 3/4, maybe a little farther than that up the horn. Let it dry. Then go do the base again from the base and then come up a little shy of that. And I do that about 4, maybe 5 times. Depends on how big the horn is. If you got little fangs, I would just do it like twice. Like to about 2/3 of the way of the fang and then like 1/3 of the way of the fang. But do that wash, let it completely dry, step back a little bit, and just kind of, what it does is it builds that wash up slowly, and you get this really nice fade effect, to where at the base of the fang, it's gonna look real dark and grungy, and then it's gonna get lighter to the tip. And then once that's all done, I'll go in with like a screaming skull or something kind of light and do some light strokes, like on the raised edges of a bone or teeth, like the tip, and then kind of like along the sharper edges, or if there's like some little indentions. His horn kind of has it. It's hard to see. He's got like some little indentions in the horn, and you would have that in like a natural horn, like some ridges, some growth ridges. Kind of maybe like accentuate those a tiny bit with a light. And I think I've done that on a couple of like my Nurgly guys, and it looks really nice. I also did that on the teeth of that purple worm that we painted on stream a while back, so that might have... It's up on my YouTube. So I think if you go back and pull up my YouTube, and here's a shameless plug for my other socials, but that stream is on that YouTube site. And you can kind of see, we did teeth on that one. You can kind of see how I did his fangs on that purple worm. But very similar. That's what we're going to do for these two. Looks pretty good. But... So is it starting to dry? You can see how it knocked down that Tyrant Skull pretty nicely. So it's not so harsh of a contrast. Furs. He's gonna get a white beard. I think we're gonna give him a silver belt, and then the medallions we're gonna do in a bronze. I'm gonna two-tone his metal armor a little bit to kind of break it up so it's not so stark of a contrast. I think we'll do that with his helm too. We're gonna give him a silver helm, and then like the rings on his horn, and then like the base and the center plate I may do in like a bronze, and just give him a two-tone. We've got to have all these plates around him to paint too. But yeah, another painting session, and we may get him wrapped up. Pretty close. Tuck these in here real quick. There we go. Getting there. I'm blue da ba dee do. Alright, I think that's where I'm gonna end this for the night. Good place to stop since we gotta do some, we gotta really let this wash dry. But look at our blue boy! Coming along nice, got them rippling biceps. Oh, hey, it's my pleasure. Yes, I'm not the world's best hobby or model painter by any means, but I've done a lot of research, and I've got some friends that are very good at it that have given me lots of tips over the years, so it's always fun to kind of share techniques and tips and ideas. And I like hearing from you guys too on what you're working on, because there's some fun ideas out there that everybody's got that, you know, I may have never thought to try. Like the birch! I love the birch! I definitely want to see some photos of that at some point when you get that executed. That would be a lot of fun to see. You've learned something new? Oh, well thank you! That makes my heart happy to think that I've helped somebody. Thank you! Alright, I'm gonna make sure all my lids are shut tight on these, because I've already found one that was dried out from... If you're happy with it, you'll share. I'm sure it's gonna turn out really cool. I'm tempted to try it myself. Actually, I'll have to see if I have a tree I could try to paint birch. The next thing I want to paint sometime is I have some terrain. I have some of those houses. Games Workshop put them out a few years ago, and they're the lake house stuff from The Hobbit. They've got some pretty cool Hobbit models, and I bought the lake house models. So I think you got like some docks with it, and then you got the lake house, the homes, and then I think it even came with like some little canoes and stuff. Lots of wood, and I think it'd be really fun to paint those on stream sometime, because I kind of got an idea of how I want to paint. I don't want to just paint it all one wood, but I want to like pick out different planks within the house and paint them like different variations of brown. Like paint some planks like a dark brown and some a lighter brown, and then go through and base them all and pick out different planks and do different tones of brown, and then give them all the same wash and then give them all the same dry brush. And I think it would just make it look like it was a home that was made from a very eclectic collection of different woods, and make it look really rustic and old and weathered. And so that, I think, is going to be the next thing I paint. Is I want to try starting a few of those lake house homes, because I really want to try some of painting those different lumbers. I think that'd be a lot of fun, and it should go pretty quick because it's just doing the wood on the homes and then picking out a few things. Like I think it's got like some ropes on the sides and fish hooks and different stuff, so pretty simple, but I think it'd be fun to paint. All right, I gotta collect all my crap and take it back down to my basement here, but I'm running out of room on my desk. Here's my mouse. Alrighty, thank you everybody for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed. I had fun painting models. This is typically what we do over here on Sundays. I like to do hands-on stuff on Sundays. Every now and then we'll play a longer game, like we'll do some Darkest Dungeon or something, but as of late I've been feeling very crafty. So we'll work on some more dice at some point. Like we've got our my wood dice that we've been working on. I got some more in my pressure pot, so there's always dice to be worked on. Every other Friday night, we've been kind of working on those as well. So whether it's Lego building or dice making or miniature painting, we'll kind of keep on this track of doing something more hands-on Sundays. It's a lot of fun. And Dark Souls 3 next week, where I'm trying to make sure we get a stream in on Tuesday, Thursday next week, and we'll continue on with my Dark Souls playthrough. If you're a big Dark Souls fan, you're gonna grit your teeth through the whole thing because I'm horrible at it. But it's been fun. Let's take a peek here. Do you guys want to go? Let's see if I know anybody streaming that would be fun to go drop in on. Oop, my thing just refreshed. What do we got? We got a pick of a few folks to say hi to. Coco is doing some speed running, so if you like retro speed running, Coco is doing some speed running of Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, which is always a good time to watch. We've got Knackers is doing a tech chat, so if you want to catch up on all your techie news, I think he's doing a podcast recording tonight. Let's go say hi to Coco, because I actually want to, I'm gonna hang out and lurk on her channel while she's doing some speed running. So we will go say hi. Speed running is so much fun. I'm always so enamored by people who can do speed running, because that's some talent. Remember your paths and where to go. Make sure I spell her name correctly. Alrighty, yeah, we'll go drop in and say hi to Coco and wish her well on her speedrun. She's going for a PB, and she's pretty early on this one, so maybe we can give her some hype and wish her luck on her PB. So, alright, we'll catch you guys hopefully later on this week. Hope you have a wonderful start to your day. I'm off tomorrow, so if I get bored, maybe we'll do a rare Monday stream, because I've got nothing better to do tomorrow. So, But until next time, we'll see you. Take care, and have a happy Monday.